Representatives. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, our Creator, by your word the heavens were made, and the heavenly host was brought forth by the breath of your mouth. You gathered the waters of the sea as in a bottle. The depths of the ocean you have enveloped in your keeping. Let all of creation revere you, O Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of you. For when you spoke, it came to be. When you commanded, the earth stood firm. Remind us, then, that we are ever embraced by your sovereign power. It is by your word that the plans of nations are thwarted. You judge our intentions and confound our schemes. But your grace plan stands forever. Your merciful design and the purposes of your heart are everlasting. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. God bless America this day. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the United States Election Assistance Commission, the EAC, and the local elections offices across the country who are this year's Cleary Award winners. The EAC was established in 2002 as part of the Help America Vote Act to assist states in HAVA compliance and distributing funds to the state. They also are responsible for creating voting system guidelines and assisting local elections offices across the country. Each year, the EAC administers a national award, the Clearinghouse Award, or Clearies, to recognize local offices that implement best practices and procedures to ensure their election administration is safe and secure. I commend their annual efforts in showcasing the successes of local and state jurisdictions and congratulate the hardworking staff from the 24 election offices across the nation who were recognized. I'd like to give special recognition to Florida's very own Hillsborough County Elections Office, which was named a winner for Distinguished Voter Education and Communication Initiatives. Congratulations to the 2024 Clearinghouse Award winners. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Oh, Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Without objection, the gentleman is now recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I recently visited a visionary school meals program in Auburn, Massachusetts, that is providing students with nutritious, scratch-cooked meals and teaching them how to grow food using hydroponics. Under the leadership of Superintendent Elizabeth Chamberlain, Principal Greg Desto, Food Services Director Breon Pulver, and with the support from the Auburn School Committee, Auburn Middle School is showing all of us how transformative school meal programs can be in nourishing minds and educating students. Utilizing a federal farm-to-school grant, AMS is prioritizing locally sourced foods. On May 8th, they celebrated the 508 Day. That's our area code in central Massachusetts, where they serve meals prepared entirely from locally grown and produced foods. And they have recently started a food recovery program to reduce waste. It's incredible. On my visit, I also learned that since Massachusetts adopted universal free school meals, even more kids are taking advantage of nutritious options at schools. The kids were happy, and the food looked delicious. Let's expand this kind of programming to all schools in order to promote better nutrition and to end hunger now. I yield back my time.
Is the gentleman ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Is the gentleman ready?
Thank you. I'd like to take 1 minute and have my remarks amended and extended.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
I stand before you to urge Congress to address our misguided nuclear policy. For nearly 80 years, the threat of nuclear weapons has loomed large. As nations rearm and great power competition reemerges, we must remember the dangers of the past and avoid a new nuclear arms race. For decades, stockpiling nuclear weapons gave us the power to destroy civilization many, many times over, but did not provide greater security. After countless close calls, leaders wisely chose arms control, realizing that nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Sadly, we seem to have forgotten those lessons and have begun modernizing our arsenal, mistakenly believing that that will deliver security. Across the nuclear enterprise, costs soar while goals remain unclear. Congress must debate the cost effectiveness of these modernization plans and stop the escalatory before it is too late. Too often, those with the most strident voices carry the day. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of civil rights activist Mrs. Myrna Carter Jackson of Birmingham, Alabama, who passed away on May 31st, 2024 at the age of 82. A community leader, community activist, civil rights and voting rights activist, teacher, and cosmetologist, Mrs. Jackson wore many hats, but the common thread was public service. Mrs. Jackson was jailed twice for her involvement in the civil rights movement in Birmingham. She served as the first vice president of the Metro Birmingham branch of the NAACP and eventually commissioner of the Housing Authority of the Birmingham District. Whether she was providing job training for the youth, supporting victims of Hurricane Katrina, or substitute teaching, Mrs. Myrna Jackson never, ever missed an opportunity to give back. Her life stands as a testament to the power of ordinary Americans to achieve extraordinary social change. I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the inspiring life and legacy of civil rights activist Mrs. Myrna Carter Jackson of Birmingham, Alabama. She will be sorely missed. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
As the Boston Celtics and Dallas Mavericks prepare to meet in Game 3 of the NBA Finals, I rise to celebrate Providence College graduate Doris Burke, a trailblazer who is making history as the first woman to call a championship broadcast in a major American men's sports league. Burke's love for basketball started at a young age and eventually brought her to Rhode Island, where she started as point guard for the Providence College Friars and led them in assists for 3 years. She was selected to the Big East All-Tournament team twice and graduated as PC's all-time assist leader. Later in life, she continued to pursue her passion by calling Providence women's basketball games. Not long after, she began calling games for ESPN, where she became recognized for her keen insights and encyclopedic knowledge of the game. Throughout her 34-year career, Doris has broken one barrier after another. First woman to call a Big East men's basketball game, to call a New York Knicks game, and first woman to call the conference finals and NBA finals on radio and television. It is an inspiration to see and hear Doris Burke as millions of Americans tune in to the NBA finals. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, my heart is heavy. I'm brought back to this moment in history where in June 12th, 2016, 49 angels were murdered in cold blood on the dance floor and on the floor of Pulse nightclub in my city, in my district, and in my home of Orlando, Florida. I'm angry. I'm angry that we live in a world and that we live in a country where gun violence can drastically change or end your life. I'm angry that I serve in a chamber where seemingly most of the folks here don't want to do a single damn thing about it. And I'm angry that I've been fighting for this since I was 15, and we're still in this fight. And so I just want to express my condolences and send immense amounts of love to the families and to the survivors of the Pulse Night Massacre, and tell y'all that we will continue to honor the lives of those 49 angels with nothing but action, with nothing but sweat equity until we end gun violence in this country, because true justice isn't one person behind bars. It's when we can wake up with the confidence to say that this will never happen again. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today ahead of June 14th to celebrate the United States Army's 249th birthday. Every year, just a few days after Memorial Day, our country celebrates the Army's birthday. This marks the anniversary in 1775 when the Continental Congress authorized the enlistment of riflemen to serve the United Colonies for 1 year. The Army is the oldest and largest branch of the U.S. military and has played a vital role in the country's development since its establishment. Without the brave men who enlisted 249 years ago, we would not be the great nation that we are today. I would also say without the great men and women who enlist today in the United States Army, we would not continue to be a great nation. Madam Speaker, I'm a proud Army dad, and in Congress I continue to support legislation that bolsters our nation's defense and invests in our military members and their families. Happy birthday, Army. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1287 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 82, House Resolution 1287. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8070, to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section, and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-36, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule, and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 8070 as amended shall be in order, except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the committee of the whole. C, all points of order against further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3, it shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 40 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the committee of the whole. Section 4, at the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8070 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 5, if House Report 118-527 is called up by direction of the Committee on the Judiciary, A, all points of order against the report are waived, and the report shall be considered as read, and B, 1, an accompanying resolution offered by direction of the Committee on the Judiciary shall be considered as read and shall not be subject to a point of order, and 2, the previous question shall be considered as order on such resolution to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. Section 6, upon adoption of the resolution accompanying House Report 118-527, the resolution accompanying House Report 118-533 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1287, providing for consideration of 3 measures. H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025, to be considered under a structured rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, provides for 1 motion to recommit, and made 350 amendments in order. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of House Report 118-527 and the accompanying resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find United States Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary. The rule also provides that upon adoption of the resolution accompanying House Report 118-527, the resolution accompanying House Report 118-533 is adopted. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to support the rule and the underlying piece of legislation, beginning with H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life and Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. Madam Speaker, under Chairman Rogers' leadership, as well as the leadership of Ranking Member Adam Smith, the bipartisan fiscal year 25 National Defense Authorization Act passed the Armed Services Committee by a vote of 57-1 and significantly improves the quality of life for our service members. It deters our adversaries, it supports our allies, and focuses our military readiness and our national security. According to several top national security officials, our country is facing serious threats to our democracy and freedom at levels that we haven't seen since World War II. It is imperative for our national security that our service members and their families are supported and that they can focus on their mission. Ahead of the NDAA, Chairman Rogers established a quality of life panel to evaluate the quality of life of our service members. The panel found that service members' quality of life concerns are a major cause of low morale and family stress, which are undermining recruitment, retention, and military readiness. The National Defense Authorization Act puts our service members and their families first and addresses many of the issues found in the Quality of Life panel. The legislation improves service members' quality of life by boosting compensation, improving housing, ensuring access to medical care, enhancing support for military spouses, and increasing access to child care. Through the tireless work of the House Armed Services Committee and Rules Committee staff, the NDAA advances important policies to support our warfighters at home and abroad and deter our adversaries. It is the NDAA's intent to ensure that our nation's military is organized, trained, and equipped to deter our adversaries. Communist China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and any other nations or terrorist groups must know that they will never succeed in a war with the United States of America. The NDAA restores American deterrence by restoring lethality, defending Israel, securing our southern border, and providing oversight and accountability. To deter our adversaries, we must continue to modernize our military. The National Defense Authorization Act boosts innovation, providing for the development and fielding of AI, quantum computing, and autonomous systems. The legislation also removes Communist China from our supply chain and prevents the Communist China spies from infiltrating our research institutions inside the United States of America. The NDAA bolsters Taiwan's defense and supports our Indo-Pacific allies as they work to deter our shared adversaries. This legislation also supports our ally Israel as they defend themselves from Hamas terrorists by expanding U.S.-Israel military exercises while also fully funding cooperative missile defense programs. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Armed Services Committee included language that saves our taxpayers over $30 billion by cutting inefficient programs, obsolete weapons, and Pentagon bureaucracy. We live in the greatest free nation on earth, and it's imperative that we support those who protect it. The fiscal year 25 National Defense Authorization Act is another step in that direction. Moving on to the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find United States Attorney General Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with subpoenas duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary and the Committee on Oversight and Accountability. Madam Speaker, at the beginning of February, Special Counsel Robert Hur released his report on President Biden's mishandling of classified documents that were discovered in his home and office in 2022. On February 27th, the Judiciary and Oversight Committees issued identical subpoenas compelling production of certain documents, including audio and video recordings of Special Counsel Hur's interviews with President Biden and his ghostwriter. These subpoenas were not complied with, Madam Speaker. The audio recordings were never produced. On May 16th, the morning of the markup of the contempt report in the Judiciary and Oversight Committee, President Biden exerted executive privilege over those recordings. Now, Madam Speaker, audio tapes are the best evidence that the transcripts provided to the committee accurately reflect the true content. Additionally, President Biden waived any potential assertion of executive privilege when he released the transcript, and he has not set forth any valid basis for invoking executive privilege. Madam Speaker, the following things are true. The subpoenas were legally authorized. The subpoenas were not complied with. It is extremely clear we wouldn't be here on the floor today discussing the matter if that was not the case. The American people deserve to know the truth. Even news outlets in this country, nearly a dozen in fact, have sued for the access to the recordings. Madam Speaker, Attorney General Garland has chosen not to comply with the subpoenas, and because of his choice, he must be found in contempt of Congress. Madam Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these important pieces of legislation and urge passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today's rule is a tale of two Congresses. On the one hand, we have the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, which is a bipartisan bill, the result of good faith negotiations between Republicans and Democrats on the House Armed Services Committee to support our service members and provide for our national defense. This NDAA accommodates the diverse interests of members of the House in ways that, while inevitably not satisfying everyone on every point, represent compromises that ensure the bill can become law. But attached to this rule are two nakedly partisan and groundless contempt resolutions based on manufactured allegations conspiracy theories, and bad faith arguments designed solely to smear President Biden in the lead up to the 2024 election. In the first example, we see Congress at its best. In the second, we see Congress at its worst. First, the NDAA. The fiscal year 2025 NDAA is a solid, bipartisan package designed to support our service members and provide for our national defense. I applaud the work of my colleagues on the Armed Services Committee for their even-handed, bipartisan work to produce a bill that addresses priorities and concerns from all across the country. Like all negotiated bills, there are policies I agree with and disagree with, but that's how negotiation and compromise work. Of particular note is that this year's NDAA would implement long overdue reforms to improve military recruitment and retention, a growing concern as our armed services have struggled to meet recruiting targets over the past decade. The reforms in this bill are the result of an in-depth bipartisan study led by Representatives Don Bacon and Chrissy Houlihan into the factors impacting recruitment and retention. And it should be no surprise that the main concerns facing our service members are the same as those of many American families, wanting to earn enough to support a family and to afford good housing, childcare, and medical care. This NDAA increases pay and benefits for junior service members. It fixes dilapidated military housing. It increases military housing benefits. It fully funds child care assistance programs so that all eligible military families can receive the benefits, and it strengthens programs to support military spouses. It's a disgrace that we have service members living in poverty and service members and member families who go hungry, service members who aren't able to take care of their children and families. I'm glad that the Armed Services Committee came together on these reforms. They'll go a long way in fighting poverty and hunger and will encourage more people to enlist in military service. This NDAA also makes significant investments in our national defense. The bill funds a range of programs to support our domestic defense industrial base. These programs will help maintain and create jobs throughout the country and ensure that we can meet the demand for munitions and weapon systems to support our own military needs and those of our allies. Finally, this NDAA makes needed cuts to wasteful defense programs that keep the top-line spending in the bill at a flat 1% increase over last year's amount. All in all, while there are plenty of policies that I disagree with, the overall bill is solid and should garner the support of a large majority of House members. However, despite the best efforts of our armed services colleagues, it looks like House Republican leadership has decided to politicize the NDAA, just as they did last year. Last night in the Rules Committee, Republicans made in order dozens of right-wing MAGA amendments that will poison the NDAA's bipartisan support. These amendments, many of which are likely to be adopted by the House's extremist Republican majority, would restrict access to abortion care for female service members and block efforts to promote diversity and address discrimination in our armed services. In doing so, House leadership is once again politicizing one of the few remaining areas of bipartisan agreement in the House, while ignoring the real needs of those who serve our country. Last year, when House Republicans pulled this exact same stunt, it killed bipartisan support for the NDAA for the first time in decades, and this week Republicans have decided to repeat that mistake. Additionally, last night in the Rules Committee, Republicans rejected multiple bipartisan amendments to the bill. Republicans rejected an amendment from a member of their own party to add 4,000 special immigrant visas to resettle our Afghan allies who supported our troops throughout that conflict and who we promised to protect. Republicans rejected another Republican amendment to adopt the Major Richard Starr Act, which would fix a long-standing prohibition that prevents medically retired veterans from receiving their full earned benefits. That's a provision that has the support of over 300 members of this House. Republicans rejected a bipartisan amendment to provide cancer screenings for civilian DoD firefighters who've been disproportionately exposed to cancer-causing PFAS forever chemicals. These screenings would help detect cancers early and save lives. And Republicans rejected an amendment that would ensure that female service members who place their lives on the line for their country would have the freedom to access reproductive health care when they need it. Republicans rejected these sensible amendments, prioritizing over 24 partisan culture war amendments, including amendments to relocate a Confederate monument back to Arlington National Cemetery, and to defund DoD efforts to remove white nationalists from our military. But in rejecting other amendments, our Afghan allies, our veterans, our firefighters, and women service members have to take a back seat to the MAGA extremist culture wars. That's shameful, it's bad leadership, and it's clear that House Republicans have the wrong priorities for our service members, our veterans, our national security, and our country. Madam Speaker, whereas the NDAA, absent the toxic amendments, represents the possibilities of a functional legislative process and bipartisan negotiation, the rest of this rule represents the worst parts of this chamber. Since the first day of the 118th Congress, Republicans have spent the past year and a half spreading lies and conspiracy theories about President Biden and denying or making excuses for the misdeeds of their presumptive presidential candidate, Mr. Trump. A year and a half of investigations, depositions, written testimony, hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, and they haven't turned up any credible evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden or his administration. In fact, they've conclusively proven what the world knows, that President Biden has not committed impeachable acts. While House Republicans have been confronted repeatedly with this reality, they've doubled down, wasting the time and money of 3 separate congressional committees on a wild goose chase that's turned up exactly 0 evidence of wrongdoing. I want to make sure we understand just how backwards the House Republicans' priorities are. At a time when the nation has been dealing with high costs, devastating national disasters, and wars in Europe and the Middle East, Republicans have wasted tens of millions of taxpayer dollars, thousands of hours of staff time, and weeks of valuable committee and floor time to pursue completely fabricated allegations against this president. And all of their wasted time and money has turned up nothing. Rather than concede defeat, Republicans have manufactured this baseless contempt resolution against the Attorney General. Everything our Republican colleagues are saying about these contempt resolutions is smoke and mirrors, designed to distract attention from the criminal conviction of former President Trump by a jury of his peers, and a desperate attempt by Republicans to save face after their failed investigations, their failed legislative agenda, and their failure to represent the American people. There's no wrongdoing, no crime, no impeachable offense. The President and the Attorney General have done nothing wrong. Madam Speaker, I honestly don't know who's turning into C-SPAN at 9 a.m. on a workday to watch a rules debate, but I guarantee that most Americans could care less about the nonsense we're hearing from the other side of the aisle about this contempt resolution. Americans care about real issues. They care about the prices at the grocery store, access to quality health care and child care, and whether their kids will be safe on the way to and from school. And it's clear that the Republican majority has not done anything to address those issues. Many Republican members have acknowledged as much right here on this floor. House Republicans have wasted a year and a half fighting with each other and falsely smearing President Biden in order to provide cover for the twice impeached felon who leads their party. They can't even pass their priority bills, and thank God they can't, because their agenda would be disastrous for our civil liberties, our economy, and our national security. So day after day, all we get from House Republicans is messaging, talking points, and a whole lot of hot air. Despite everything, Democrats remain ready to work for the American people. We've stepped into the breach multiple times in the past 18 months to negotiate and cut deals with Republicans to save our economy from default, fund the government, protect our allies, and provide humanitarian aid where it's needed most. We stand ready to advance real solutions for the American people. That offer is always on the table for Republicans who want to take it up. But as these contempt resolutions make clear, House Republicans have shown us time and again that they would rather fight partisan culture wars and stir up chaos and fear than work for the American people. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair would like to remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. The gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, the following things remain true. The subpoenas were legally authorized. The subpoenas were not complied with. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my friend from Texas and the chairman of the Rules Committee, Dr. Burgess.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding, and I certainly want to congratulate the gentleman from Georgia on leading his first rule as a member of the Rules Committee. While he's the newest member of the Rules Committee, he is a seasoned veteran when it comes to the work of the Armed Services Committee, and there is no one better to lead on our side for the NDAA reauthorization rule than the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott. I do want to speak in support of the rule, the underlying measures. This was a major piece of work that came through the House Armed Services Committee, came through with input of members on both sides of the dais, and was truly a significant product in that it passed nearly unanimously in the House Armed Services Committee. Every day, thousands of men and women don the uniform, sacrificing time, risking their lives, inconveniencing their families to defend us and our nation. The debt of gratitude we owe them and their families can never be repaid. Advancing this legislation is the least we can do to support them and give back to them. Simultaneously, this legislation continues to counteract threats from the Chinese Communist Party and our other adversaries by ensuring our weapons, our equipment, our cyber capabilities are indeed unmatched. Through the development of indispensable weapons technology and through increasing the lethality of our warfighters, the NDAA intercepts the Biden administration's soft international strategy and puts international security at greater risk. It is imperative for the House of Representatives to support this bill as it maintains our commitment to our service members and their family. And just acknowledging that the contempt resolutions are indeed included in this rule, I sat through the lengthy debate in the Rules Committee yesterday, hearing from the ranking members of the Judiciary and the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. The arguments sometimes became almost Shakespearean in their efforts. You know, the old line, I think the lady does protest too much. When that degree of protestation occurs, you have to ask yourself, what in the heck are they hiding? And it's almost as if the American public needs to see this information and make their own decision. The American public, unfortunately, has lost a lot of confidence in the federal government and its agencies because of that very lack of transparency. And it's not just on this issue, but it's on a number of issues. So I think it is incumbent upon us to make the information available to the American people, trust them to use their good judgment, and make the right call on that. Look, Republican members will always support our national defense and their personnel with the tools they need to do their jobs, to do them well, and to come home to a secure nation. I urge members to support the rule, support the men and women in uniform, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, we're all very grateful to the House Armed Services Committee for the bipartisan product that they have put forward here. But as we said before, it's the inclusion of multiple poison pill amendments, all put forward by extremists from the House Republican majority, and the failure to include both bipartisan and Democratic amendments that are really imperiling both this rule and this bill. Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure every American has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care, following the abhorrent Dobbs decision, which ended the protections for reproductive rights provided by Roe v. Wade. Many states have enacted laws to either ban some or all abortions, which Republicans have declared numerous times as their goal. Reproductive health care is vital, and denying these rights to millions of women around the country and our service members and their spouses is shameful and dangerous. That's why House Democrats are fighting to protect women, protect doctors, and protect patients who simply want to access and provide needed care. H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, will prevent states from trampling on women's constitutional rights and keep fundamental health care services available across the country. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, to discuss this proposal, I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
Ms. Watcher is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Congresswoman Scanlon, for your work on the Rules Committee, for your focus on this issue this morning, and in response as what we would do with the previous question. I've just returned to Washington from my home state of Texas, where I am sorry to report that the healthcare crisis we have been experiencing has only gotten worse. Pregnant women in crisis, having miscarriages, having complications that put their health and their lives at risk, are being turned away from hospital emergency rooms because the extreme laws that our state legislators have passed banning abortion of just about any kind. Doctors and hospitals have asked for clear guidance about when and how they can take care of these patients, these American citizens who are suffering in Texas and states like it that have passed similar, vague, extreme laws criminalizing doctors, women, and pregnancy itself. Pregnant women have limited access to no access to care, and even to information. This puts their lives and health at risk, including their ability to have children in the future. Pregnant women have shown up at emergency rooms only to be told to come back later when they are closer to death. Closer to death, that's the standard in Texas. Think about that. And then we have cities and towns passing ordinances saying that women cannot drive through those cities if they're headed to New Mexico or to other places where they can get abortion care, if perhaps that is their purpose in traveling through. And despite requests for clear guidance about what the Texas law means, neither the state of Texas nor the Texas Supreme Court will provide it, leaving women and doctors to risk jail time and more to get the health care that they need. More than 50 years ago, a similar patchwork of restrictions in different states led women and doctors groups to petition the courts to guarantee the right of Americans to make their own fully informed decisions about whether, when, and how to be pregnant. They challenged the Texas law in a case brought by two young Texas women that went all the way up to the Supreme Court, a case we know as Roe v. Wade, which set out a framework to protect the health, privacy, and dignity of women in America. 2 years ago this month, the Supreme Court reversed that 50-year precedent. The chaos that has followed will continue until this Congress acts, and we must. We must pass the Women's Health Protection Act, a bill to restore the framework that Americans have relied on for the last 50 years, providing a federal statutory right to reproductive health care, including abortion care, free from medically unnecessary restrictions. And that is why I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question so that we can bring up the Women's Health Protection Act today. We passed it in the last Congress twice. We have to pass it again and get it to President Biden's desk so that we can protect the health, privacy, dignity, and freedom of American women. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my friend from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Georgia for yielding the time. Madam Speaker, I strongly support the rule before us today and the underlying legislation that will ensure that our Department of Defense stays laser focused on military readiness, supporting our service members and their families, and keeping our greatest adversaries in check. For years, this administration was allowed to waste hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money to force a woke agenda onto the men and women of our military, hobbling their training, their morale, their long-term success, all while our greatest adversary, China, relentlessly developed its own military, including even pulling ahead of us in the development of hypersonic missile technology. Today, China possesses hypersonic missiles that can hit our shores, but we do not yet have the capabilities to completely deter this particular threat. The legislation under the rule before us today focuses key resources on this technology, part of which is developed right in my own district in New York's Southern Tier. We cannot delay this any longer. And we cannot effectively secure our nation and to deter our adversaries, including China, without ridding our nation's military of the radical left Green New Deal agenda that they seem to embed in our defense policy moving forward. This policy of battery-powered vehicles harnessed by resources sourced from a supply chain dependent on communist China leaves our nation less secure and more vulnerable than ever before. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle point to the Biden administration's transition to electric non-combat vehicles in our armed forces as a win for the environment. But I ask them, is it really a win for the environment if we source these critical minerals from strip mines in the Congo and transport them across the globe to be refined in countries that ignore many of the environmental regulations that we take for granted here in the United States? Are we really protecting the environment when we foist inefficient, unreliable vehicles on our nation's military while China and India build hundreds of new coal power plants every single year? My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they know the answer, but they'd rather push their false fairy tale narrative that these policies are going to reduce global emissions to score political points. They want to ignore the dangerous situations that these policies ultimately put our military service members in. We need common sense policies that focus on merit, lethality, and readiness to shape our military in the coming years, not the woke dreams of a radical left that would prefer a country to not have a military at all. We certainly know that they don't believe that we should have a border, and as the policies of the Biden administration have so thoroughly illustrated to the American people. I urge my colleagues to support the rule before us today and help pass another bold and focused and crucial NDAA that will support our service members and ensure that the U.S. military remains the strongest fighting force on the face of the earth. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania for yielding the time. I rise today with a warning for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. You are setting a very dangerous precedent by trying to hold an Attorney General who has provided all of the substance requested in a subpoena in contempt. And let's be very clear. This precedent that you are setting is one that your own former president and cabinet secretaries repeatedly violated in the last administration. In 2019, the former president famously said that he would defy all congressional subpoenas. And then he did just that during the impeachment inquiry. The State Department refused to turn over a single document. Under your precedent here, with Attorney General Merrick Garland, who has provided everything that you have asked for, except for the audio recording of an interview with President Biden and the special counsel, you are moving into dangerous territory. There is no legitimate legislative purpose to require the Attorney General and the Department of Justice to turn over the audio recording of an interview of which they have already turned over the transcript. Now, I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle use explanations such as demeanor evidence and character evidence. That's all well and good if you were considering whether or not to prosecute President Biden, but that's not the job of Congress. There's no legitimate legislative purpose in figuring out, quote, demeanor evidence as to whether or not President Biden, how he sounded when you have the information. And it is particularly galling that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are going to try to hold the Attorney General in contempt for this narrow issue when he has substantially complied with the subpoena, when 5 of my Republican colleagues completely defied lawful congressional subpoenas last time, including the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. You are setting a dangerous precedent, And you, my friends on the other side of the aisle, ought to think twice, because what goes around comes around. And I yield back.
Again, members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The following things are true. The subpoenas were legally authorized. The subpoenas were not complied with. And I would remind you, Madam Speaker, that the words "except for" are even being used by my Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle. People don't have the option to comply partially with a subpoena. Nobody in this country does. With that, I yield 3 minutes to my friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is now recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia. Madam Chair, I rise today in support of H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act of 2025. As the longest serving enlisted member of the military in the history of Congress, I bring a very unique perspective to this problem set. And I get the chance here to stand and speak about the differences that we may share when it comes to sending billions of dollars to other countries for them to fight their wars. And we can have that discussion, and I respect both sides of that argument. But nobody in this body can reasonably argue that any member of the United States military should be living below the poverty line as they defend our freedom and the very House that we stand in today debating this bill. To frame the problem that our service members face, a civilian can apply for an entry-level position job at a convenience store in my district and receive higher compensation than if they were to join the United States military. As I was serving as an active duty Navy SEAL being shot at in combat, my wife was standing in line to buy food products using WIC coupons, and I simply view this as unacceptable. In addition to my experience as a service member, I serve on the Agriculture Committee, and as we were debating the Farm Bill, we were talking about additional SNAP benefits for members of the military. And that's just the symptom. The root cause is that the DoD brass and previous Congresses have been relying on welfare to subsidize American service members' salary so that they could expend these monies on different parts of the defense industry. This has caused the enlisted pay gap to become a chasm and is the antithesis of military leadership. Our junior enlisted have been taken for granted for too long, and it's only exacerbated by Bidenomics, which is creating an inflationary environment that is crushing the entire nation. The first truth of the Special Operations Forces is that humans are more important than hardware. And this bill embodies this truth by including a historic 19.5% pay raise for junior enlisted, marking the most significant raise in history. Now, unfortunately, President Biden has not included this pay raise in his budget. And I find it wholly contemptible that someone, the president specifically, who has managed to become a multimillionaire on a public servant's salary, would snatch the food out of our junior enlisted mouths as they stand in the breach protecting his very life.
Gentleman's time has
I ask
expired.
Strong support.
An additional minute to my colleague from Wisconsin.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
I am proud to have many of my provisions included in this NDAA that will ease the service members' transition from active duty to becoming a veteran, and I thank Chairman Rogers for his work and support on this. I will continue to champion these initiatives and will continue to fight to support our service members. And with that, I yield back.
Please, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do agree with some of the gentleman's comments about the need to increase pay and benefits for our junior service members and service families, but I have to strongly disagree with his attempts to turn this into an attack on the president. We've seen multiple reports from experts talking about the challenges that our service members face, and the challenges we see to recruitment are because our economy is so strong that people have other better paid and better resourced opportunities under the current economy than they have for years, and that has been suppressing recruitment and retention. So I think his economic analysis is a little off. I did think when he was getting up here, he might be here to speak about some of his amendments that were not being made in order. Last night, the majority of the Rules Committee, the Republican majority, voted unanimously to disallow amendments that would protect our federal firefighters from cancer-causing PFAS chemicals. These were bipartisan amendments, and the gentleman from Wisconsin was a co-sponsor of them. So I assumed that when he was here today, he was here to speak against the rule, and I think perhaps that's the best choice until we have a more bipartisan approach to the amendments that should be made in order. Madam Speaker, at this point, I would yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday in Rules, we had a rare but wonderful moment of bipartisanship as we considered the NDAA. Republican Chair Rogers and Democratic Ranking Member Smith spoke in harmonious unison about the benefits of the bill, which increases pay for junior enlisted members of our armed services by 19.5%. It invests in childcare, healthcare, and job opportunities for their spouses, which are especially important for rural bases like the Cannon Air Force Base, which is in my district. But remember, these bases are often in rural districts because cows don't complain when those planes make a lot of noise flying overhead. And these benefits are essential as we battle low recruitment levels. We must treat our service members with the same dignity and respect that they offer our country and our flag. Last year, however, I might remind us that we had a similar bipartisan bill come to Rules, which was then weighed down by poison pills added as amendments on the House floor. These amendments had to be taken out in the Senate. This year, we once again see many proposed amendments adopted in this rule, which are seen as poison pills by so many. These amendments would block service women's access to reproductive health care and abortion. As the climate faces more extreme storms, one of the amendments would prevent our military from combating the climate crisis and building resilience for our bases as sea levels rise. But, Madam Speaker, I want to speak to an amendment that was left out of the rule. Our Republican colleagues blocked a vote on the bipartisan amendment to extend and expand the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, an amendment offered by Republicans Representatives Moreland, Wagner, myself, and many others. For 30 years, the United States has provided a one-time payment to some of the Americans who were exposed to radiation from the U.S. government's nuclear testing program, and these people developed cancers or other diseases. For reasons no one can explain, RECA left out many communities who were downwind from these nuclear explosions, like New Mexico, where the first atomic bomb was exploded, or the communities where the nuclear waste from the Manhattan Project leaked into the water and soil in Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio. It left out the workers who cleaned up the radioactive sites from this nuclear testing program, which was essential for our defense. Uranium miners, including those who worked after 1971 in Texas, Wyoming, and North Dakota, were left out. Republicans and Democrats represent these communities who share a common bond of grief and illness. Our RECA amendment would provide justice to these communities and make sure they're eligible. It would also extend the program for 5 years since it is now expired. Some will say we can't do this because of the cost, but the cost has already been paid in cancer diagnosis, medical bills, and death. The government assumed this cost when it started our nuclear testing program, when it first poisoned those unwilling Americans. The government recognized it should pay this cost when it first passed WICA. Our ask is simple today. Please let every person harmed by this national defense program receive the same compensation. Blocking a vote on our bipartisan WICA amendment is walking away from the opportunity to do right by these communities whom we have hurt. WICA expired on Monday. Every moment that Congress fails to act is a moment when another downwinder or miner might get a cancer diagnosis, a moment where a son or daughter may start to plan a loved one's funeral. We cannot wait to do what's right any longer. While the moment to vote on an amendment to this NDAA may have temporarily passed in the House, Speaker Johnson, we're asking you to let the House vote on the Radiation Exposure Compensation Reauthorization Act that the Senate already passed by a 2-to-1 vote. I urge a no vote on the rule, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. From Pennsylvania. The gentlewoman from is recognized. Oh, reserves. Okay. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve and would ask the gentlelady from Pennsylvania how many additional speakers she may anticipate.
We're ready to close.
I reserve. Yes, ma'am.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you may have guessed, I strongly oppose this rule. The rule likely guarantees that there will not be bipartisan support for the NDAA, and like last year, this means that the House will get steamrolled by the Senate. And as we've discussed this morning, the 2 contempt resolutions included in this rule are not a serious legislative effort, but a manufactured dispute between House Republicans and the Attorney General, which threatens to undermine rather than promote the rule of law. We'd be a lot better off with a clean rule for the NDAA, stripped of all the partisan nonsense, so we can focus on our core constitutional duty to provide for the common defense. Conducting oversight over our armed forces and funding our national security are 2 of Congress's most important responsibilities. But the kind of politicization we see from the House Republicans is disrespectful to the American people. It's unbecoming to this chamber and signals to our service members that we don't have their backs when they may need it the most. As the NDAA goes to the floor this week, I call on my colleagues to reject the poison pill amendments which have been presented and maintain the bill's bipartisan support. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close. Yield myself the balance of my time. Madam Speaker, this week we have the ability to advance significant legislation in the House of Representatives. The Fiscal Year 25 National Defense Authorization Act fully authorizes our national defense and improves efficiency while eliminating wasteful spending and harmful programs. It strengthens our military and makes important steps to address the security threats America faces from our adversaries, including China, Iran, and foreign terrorist organizations. It improves our military readiness, provides robust support to our ally Israel, and supports law enforcement operations at our southern border. And critically, Madam Speaker, it focuses on improving the quality of life of our service members and their families who sacrifice so much to defend us. Madam Speaker, it provides a 19.5% pay raise for our junior enlisted service members and a 4.5% pay raise for all other service members. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the House has the responsibility to protect its Article I authority to conduct oversight and investigations. This week, Attorney General Garland has a choice: either comply with the lawfully issued subpoenas completely and turn over the tapes, or be held in contempt. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman from Georgia yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I would request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 1287, adoption of House Resolution 1287, if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass Senate 138. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1287, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 82, House Resolution 1287, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8070, to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year, relating to the consideration of House Report 118-527 and an accompanying resolution, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
voted? On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 204. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yes. We'd request...
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you. We request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic votes. This is a 5-minute vote. Did I say the same? Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 207. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, to suspend the rules and pass S-138, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 138, an act to amend the Tibetan Policy Act of 2002 to modify certain provisions of that act.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 391, the nays are 26. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1291. Resolved that the following name member be.
Resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereinafter be considered the primary sponsor of H.R. 4205, a bill originally introduced by Representative Santos of New York for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. Okay. You ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on the Judiciary, I call up House Report 118-527.
The clerk will report the title of the report.
Report to accompany House Resolution 1292, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find United States Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1287, the report is considered read. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, seek recognition?
Committee on the Judiciary, I call up House Resolution 1292 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1292, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find United States Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designee. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. On page 1 of his report, Special Counsel Hur said President Biden, quote, willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. Joe Biden not only kept information he wasn't allowed to keep, he shared it with people who weren't allowed to get it. And on page 231, the special counsel told us why President Biden did this. He said, quote, President Biden had strong motivations to ignore proper procedures for safeguarding the classified information in his notebooks. He had decided months before leaving office to write a book for which he got paid $8 million. So we have motive, an $8 million motive. We have the elements of the crime: knowingly keeping classified information, knowingly disclosing classified information. But despite all this, Special Counsel Hur declined to recommend prosecution for President Biden because Joe Biden is, quote, a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. On page 207 of his report, Special Counsel Hur said Mr. Biden's memory also appeared to have significant limitations, both at the time he spoke to the ghostwriter, Mr. Zwanitzer, in 2017, as evidenced by their recorded conversations, and today as evidenced by his recorded interview with our office. The committees need the audio recordings to determine whether the Justice Department appropriately carried out justice by not prosecuting the president. Because remember what they told us. Justice Department said, we're going to operate independent of the White House. They said, we'll be impartial, independent arbiters of the facts. Okay, maybe so, but what we do know is this. One former president's being charged, Joe Biden's not being. We think we're entitled, actually, we know we're entitled to all the evidence and the best evidence. And the transcripts alone are not sufficient evidence of the state of the president's memory, especially since the executive branch has a history of changing transcripts. We saw this in late April. The transcript the White House put out didn't match the video and audio recording of President Biden's speech. And only after the White House was caught did they change the transcript. And in that case, and in this case, the audio recording is the best evidence of the words that President Biden actually spoke. Following the release of Special Counsel Hur's report, both the Judiciary Committee and the Oversight Committees issued subpoenas requiring Attorney General Garland to turn over the transcripts of the audio recordings of Special Counsel Hur's interviews with President Biden and his ghostwriter. To date, the Attorney General has failed to produce those recordings. In fact, he told us last week he wasn't going to do it, and that is why we're here. Despite the committee's best efforts, the department has continued to withhold the audio recordings of those interviews without providing any constitutional or legal basis to do so. Just hours before the committee was set to meet and consider the contempt resolution, the department notified the committee that President Biden had asserted, at the Attorney General's urging, executive privilege over the audio recordings. It's simple. Attorney General Garland holds information vital to the committee's legislative oversight and the House impeachment inquiry. Remember, this body voted December 13th of last year to enter that phase of our oversight duty and impeachment inquiry. The department has a legal obligation to turn over the requested material. Attorney General Garland's willful refusal to constitutes contempt of Congress. This resolution upholds the institutional power of the House by recommending that the House find Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for failing to comply with the committee's subpoena. Our oversight and impeachment responsibilities are too important to allow the Attorney General to willfully disregard this. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and we reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. What purpose the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the dishonesty that we have just heard is illustrated by what Mr. Jordan just said. His selective quote from Mr. Hur's report. He said, "Our investigation uncovered evidence that President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a private citizen." The report does say that. But he neglects a sentence, a paragraph later. However, for the reasons summarized below, we conclude that the evidence does not establish Mr. Biden's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That is deceptive. Secondly, as the majority well knows, the president asserted executive privilege in this matter. Maybe that was proper, maybe not, but the way to contest executive privilege is not by a contempt resolution, it's by going to court and letting the court decide whether the exercise of executive privilege is warranted or not, and for that reason also, this resolution fails. Mr. Speaker, the Judiciary Committee under Republican control has spent the last 18 months and 20 million taxpayer dollars in a desperate search to find something, anything, that they can use to damage President Biden and to protect Donald Trump. Other committees have gotten into the act as well, spending untold taxpayer money not to benefit the American people, not to feed hungry children, not to address our housing crisis, and not to improve our health care system, but on a single-minded quest to follow every right-wing conspiracy theory in the vain hope that it might lead to some evidence of wrongdoing. And what exactly have they delivered to the American people on their investment? Nothing. No evidence that the conspiracies are true, no indictments, no impeachment, no wins of any significance. And the Republican leadership knows that if they don't come up with something to show for the millions of dollars they have spent, the MAGA political base may stay home next November. So they are scrambling in a desperate attempt to look like they have accomplished something. They were fervently hoping that Special Counsel Hur would indict President Biden for mishandling classified documents so that they could attack President Biden and misdirect the American people away from Donald Trump's treacherous handling of classified information. But the special counsel cleared Mr. Biden of wrongdoing for reasons that have nothing to do with Mr. Hur's gratuitous and widely contradicted comments about the president's memory. So what do our Republican friends do when an investigation turns up short? Simply put, they engage in fantasy. That's what they are doing here today. Unable to come up with any wrongdoing by the president, they have now trained their sights on the Attorney General. They accuse him of withholding key evidence, but the Attorney General has substantially complied with their every request. Sometimes he has been too responsive, in my opinion, given the obvious bad faith of the MAGA majority. DOJ has produced 92,000 pages of documents since Republicans took control of the House last year, and has made dozens of witnesses available for interviews, hearings, and briefings. That's more pages of documents and more witnesses than the Trump Justice Department produced to Congress in 4 years. Just last week, the Attorney General himself spent more than 5 hours testifying before the Judiciary Committee. With respect to the subpoena at issue in this contempt resolution, the Department turned over all the information Republicans asked for. There's been no obstruction, only cooperation. In reality, the Attorney General and DOJ have been fully responsive to Congress in every way that might be material to their long-dead impeachment inquiry. All that remains are audio files for which the President has asserted executive privilege. In a letter to Chairman Jordan and Comer, the Department of Justice noted that producing the audio recordings would, quote, raise an unacceptable risk of undermining the Department's ability to conduct high-profile criminal investigations, in particular with investigations where the voluntary cooperation of the White House officials is exceedingly important, close quote. The chairman claimed that they need those records to understand the pauses, pace, and tone of the conversation. This is absurd and clearly pretextual, and in any event, it does not outweigh the substantial concerns expressed by the President and the Department. Moreover, with respect to the recording at issue in this report, a complete certified transcript has already been provided to both committees. And no credible allegation has been made that these transcripts have been altered in any material way. The only thing that has not been produced is the recording itself, something that in the wrong hands can be easily manipulated. That is not an idle concern. Deepfakes and misleadingly edited videos and recordings have proliferated in recent years. Last year, a witness testifying in a closed-door deposition told us that she was the victim of a manipulated video made by a third party but shared widely by the Republicans on the Judiciary Committee, who refused to take down the video even after it was abundantly clear that it was manipulated. That video contributed to a flood of death threats against the witness. This isn't really about a policy disagreement with the DOJ. This is about feeding the MAGA base after 18 months of investigations that have produced failure after failure. Like most of the bills House Republicans have pushed on purely partisan lines, this contempt resolution will do very little, other than smear the reputation of Merrick Garland, who will remain a good and decent public servant no matter what Republicans say about him today. This resolution may boost Donald Trump's spirits before his sentencing, but it will almost certainly not convince the Department of Justice to produce the one remaining file in question. Like the broader impeachment effort before it, this contempt resolution will have been a partisan stunt, destined to fail from the very start. And as I said before, if they were really interested in getting this recording, they would contest the assertion of executive privilege in court, not bring a contempt resolution against the Attorney General. The American people actually need us to do important work. I'm tired of these games, and so are the American people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, good friend from the great state of Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the resolution. This is not a complicated matter. The Oversight and Judiciary Committees issued duly authorized legal subpoenas to Attorney General Garland for a certain set of documents, including the audio recordings of Special Counsel Hur's interview with President Biden. The Attorney General has refused to produce these audio recordings. Unlike what my Democratic colleagues keep claiming, this is not just Republicans who need these recordings for their oversight duties. Media outlets, including the AP, CBS, CNN, NBC, and the Washington Post, among others, have filed suit to get these same audio recordings as well. Because the media, like everyone else, knows there's no substitute for a recording of an interview. Not a transcript, not a summary, not the Attorney General's judgment that Congress doesn't need it. The Oversight Committee's investigation of these classified documents has already revealed that the White House's official timeline of events regarding these classified materials left out very important details. For instance, White House employees were entering the Penn Biden Center and moving documents months before the discovery of the classified materials by President Biden's personal attorneys in November 2022. One of those employees was former White House counsel Dana Remus. We issued a subpoena for Mrs. Remus's deposition, but the White House has blocked Mrs. Remus from speaking to the Oversight Committee. The White House has also blocked other White House employees who visited the Penn Biden Center before November 2022 from speaking to us. What is the Biden administration trying to hide? Attorney General Merrick Garland's refusal to produce this evidence establishes a clear pattern of obstruction by the DOJ to cover up President Biden's wrongdoing. President Biden has lied to the American people about his mishandling of classified documents. He has repeatedly denied not knowing about or being involved in his family's influence peddling schemes, which the Oversight Committee can now show has raked in $18 million from foreign individuals and entities for the Biden family members, including President Biden himself. He also met with nearly all his family's foreign associates. President Biden's Department of Justice appears to be taking every step to insulate him from the consequences, whether it's hiding these audio recordings or attempting to give Hunter Biden a sweetheart plea deal to shield Joe Biden from facing accountability for his role in his family's influence peddling schemes. This is unacceptable. The House of Representatives cannot serve as a necessary check on the presidency if the executive branch is free to ignore the House's subpoenas. I urge my colleagues to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the distinguished chairman, ranking member of the Oversight and Investigations Committee, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Our colleagues invite us today to become the first Congress in the history of the United States to hold someone in contempt for complying with our demands. And their target is the Attorney General of the United States. Attorney General Garland gave us the special counsel's report on President Biden in full. He made the special counsel available to us in committee for hours of testimony where he answered all our questions, and he provided the full transcript of the president's voluntary 5-hour interview with the special counsel, all 250 pages of it. The whole world can read President Biden's interview and his answers unedited. But that's apparently not enough. Now they want to hold the Attorney General in contempt for not turning over the audio tape of the interview that we have the verbatim transcript of. And why is that important? Well, in case you've lost the thread of this madcap wild goose chase, America, remember this is an impeachment investigation. Do they think that the holy grail of the 118th Congress, evidence of a presidential high crime and misdemeanor, is lurking in the pauses or the background throat clearings and sneezes on the audio tape? Well, of course not. They know there's no high crime or misdemeanor to be found because they've spent the last 17 months and millions of our taxpayer dollars looking for it, and it simply does not exist. They literally don't even know what they're looking for anymore. So why do they want it? Well, they're hoping that in the 5 hours of President Biden's testimony, they can find a mispronounced word or phrase or a brief stammer, which they can then turn into an embarrassing political TV attack ad. Get it, America? That's what this is all about. And holding the Attorney General of the United States in contempt is one more useful distraction from the complete and devastating implosion of the Biden impeachment probe, which of course was the #1 priority of these talented leaders. Remember, they promised to reveal the greatest presidential high crime and misdemeanor in American history, an act of treachery and deceit that dwarfs even the incitement of a violent mob insurrection and an attempted political coup that took place right here against our Constitution, our Congress, our Vice President in this chamber. But after their truly prodigious investigation, punctuated, admittedly, by some unfortunate mishaps like Chinese spies, fake evidence, pornographic displays in committee, and their own witnesses testifying that there were no grounds for presidential impeachment, they have nothing to show for their arduous work other than one more debunked Russian disinformation operation and one more indicted GOP informant and star witness. Rather than admit defeat in this bumbling operation and look for some other way to actually aid the public good, they've decided to flail about in mock outrage against a series of phantom tyrants in the hopes of distracting everyone from this epic flop. Their first distraction was to impeach Secretary Ali Mayorkas as a paltry consolation prize, but that pathetic decoy action blew up in their hands. Then the plan was to skip the mundane work of casting votes and actually doing committee business to travel on a collective spiritual pilgrimage on Amtrak to New York City to attend the criminal trial of an unmentionable American felon, one of 19 million in the country. But that strange journey to Mecca also blew up in their faces when this mystery political false prophet was convicted unanimously by a jury of his peers on dozens of felony criminal counts in a fair American trial. They tried to salvage the credibility of this bizarre expedition by blaming the American justice system for being weaponized against Republicans. But this political extremism quickly melted away when the son of President Biden, the original target of their wrath, was also prosecuted and convicted, like another disarmed felon whose name may now not be spoken on the floor, apparently, by a unanimous jury of his peers on all counts against him. And that trial, unlike the trial whose very existence must be sent down the Orwellian memory hole to save someone hurt feelings, was actually tried in the federal system. So what's left to do now? Well, let's hold the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, in contempt, of course. This will be sure to placate an unrepentant and anonymous convicted felon from New York and distract everybody else for a day or two. I confess it's a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, to be asked to hold the Attorney General of the United States in contempt of Congress for overwhelmingly complying with the committee's demands by members who voted against contempt citations for Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, two persons subpoenaed by the January 6th Select Committee who never spent a single minute. Could I have one more?
The gentleman's time has expired.
I grant the gentleman an additional minute.
Bannon and Navarro never spent a minute with the January 6th committee, never turned over a single document to our committee. These people had 0% compliance with Congress. They demonstrated true contempt, which is why they've been sentenced to jail. But Chairman Comer, in his wisdom, would hold the Attorney General of the United States of America in contempt for what I think is 100% compliance, but in any event is something like 98 or 99% compliance. If you think a federal official is not rendered proper compliance, you take them to court, you don't hold them in contempt, and it's rich beyond measure, like a billionaire rich, to be asked to hold the Attorney General in contempt by people who themselves received subpoenas to testify before the January 6th committee, who never rendered a single document nor a single minute of testimony to the January 6th committee. I urge Congress to reject this absurd motion, and I'm happy to yield back to the chairman.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. Recognize the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I never said I wouldn't testify in front of the January 6th committee. I just want to know what the parameters of that testimony were going to be. So I never did say no to that. Second, the speaker before just said we don't know what we're looking for. We're looking for equal treatment under the law. Special Counsel Hur found Joe Biden knowingly kept classified information. Joe Biden knowingly disclosed classified information. He told us that on the very first page of his report. And then he told us later why he did so. He said he had strong motivation for ignoring classified procedures because he was writing a book for which he got paid $8 million. Again, we have motive, and we have him knowingly disclosing classified information. But he doesn't get charged. Yet President Trump does. President Trump does by Jack Smith. Jack Smith, the guy who had to file with the court a notice saying that he actually altered the order of the documents he seized on the raid of the president's home. He had to tell the court that. The physical documents don't match up with the scanned documents. You're not allowed to change the sequence of the documents you seized. But Jack Smith did. Jack Smith mishandled the documents he's accusing President Trump of mishandling. You can't make this stuff up. That's what we're focused on. And oh, by the way, we're in the midst of an impeachment inquiry. We're entitled to the best evidence. That's why we want the audio tape. With that, I yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the crime subcommittee, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, during his testimony before the House Judiciary Committee, Special Counsel Herr stated that, quote, the evidence and the president himself put his memory squarely at issue, close quote. In his report, Special Counsel Herr noted that during both his and Zwanitzer's interviews with President Biden, the president's memory was significantly limited. President Biden has contested that. The Democrats contest that. But in reality, it's the failure to fully comply with the committee's subpoenas regarding the audio recordings of the Biden and Zwanitzer interviews that has hindered the House's ability to adequately conduct oversight over Special Counsel Herr regarding his investigative findings and the president's retention and disclosure of classified materials, and has impeded the committee's impeachment inquiry. So, the committee must assess whether the Special Counsel Herr's decision, which was based on President Biden's poor mental state, was consistent with the department's commitment to impartial justice, or whether legislative reforms are necessary regarding special counsel investigations because they are not leading to impartial outcomes. In short, the audio recordings would offer unique and important information to advance the committee's impeachment inquiry and inform the Judiciary Committee as to the need for legislative reforms to the operations of the department or the conduct of special counsel investigations. Those are legislative purposes, they are constitutional purposes, and they justify us getting the audio recordings. But they don't want the audio recordings to come forward. Why is that? It's odd, isn't it? Because the DOJ admitted in court filings 2 weeks ago that they actually did alter the transcript. They claim, oh, there's just filler information. Maybe there were duplicative words. There were blank pauses in there that were not noted in the transcript. That's why an audio recording is important, because the transcripts do not reflect important verbal context, such as tone or tenor, or nonverbal context, such as pauses or pace of delivery, all of which went into the decision by Mr. Herr not to prosecute a crime that he said was committed. That prosecutorial discretion is under review by our committee legitimately and constitutionally. We have the right to that audio recording. The department has said they're not going to give it to us. Odd. Because the cases that deal with requiring the audio recording to be turned over, the long skein of cases, they turn on various things like the audio recording is the best evidence. They say that. Odd. They also say that if there's tampering or any kind of editing or altering of the written transcript, which we now know is true, then the audio recording is mandatory. That's why we should get it. This department won't give it to us. Merrick Garland is in contempt of this Congress, and he needs to be held in contempt. And with that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging personalities toward the President. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
I reserve.
Chairman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is absurd. This is Fellini in the Congress. Comparing what Joe Biden did to what the other fellow that preceded him in office did in keeping documents in Mar-a-Lago in his bathroom and out in the fancy rooms where all of his billionaire friends go, is like comparing somebody that writes a bad check by $2, an overdraft, to somebody who's a bank robber with guns and weapons and machine guns going into banks and robbing money. Biden was a sympathetic figure, said Mr. Hur, a Republican who Merrick Garland gave the duty to study that case. He was a sympathetic figure. You don't commit a crime unless there is guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Hur found there could not be guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What the other fellow did, refusing to comply with requests to give the documents, classified documents up, refusing, and then having to have a search warrant and finding them, hundreds of documents. Not for the purpose of writing a book, for somebody who can't even read a book, but for purposes that we don't know and what they were used for, but they were taken illegally and improperly. Merrick Garland is an honorable and good man who should be in the College of Cardinals and not being tried for contempt by this Fellini-esque.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. I have not seen a more diligent and honorable Attorney General in the times I've served in Congress. Merrick Garland is a superb individual, and this is just projection, trying to throw things off from the other fella, Trump, and put him on Biden. There's no comparison. Once again, it's like comparing a bank robber to a guy that wrote an overdraft. I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Before recognizing Mr. Bishop, let me, the chair would remind members again to refrain from engaging personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman from California. This matter is simple, and in its simplicity is the clarity of its appropriate resolution. The audio recording of President Biden's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur is demeanor evidence. Demeanor is one's outward manner, a way of conducting oneself, one might say, is bearing. And in some circumstances, demeanor evidence is the most probative, powerful evidence that can be heard. Better than words, it can evidence credibility or evasiveness and avoidance. And especially in this circumstance, it can evidence a witness's capacities to observe, recall, and relate information accurately. President Biden shared classified information with his ghostwriter in pursuance of securing his $3 million book advance. Mr. Hur attributed the Justice Department's decision not to recommend prosecution of President Biden for misusing, mishandling classified documents on this and other occasions to the facts that he is an elderly man with poor memory. A raw transcript doesn't inform the Judiciary Committee sufficiently to evaluate the reasonableness of that determination, especially since President Biden hotly contested Special Counsel Hur's characterization. Demeanor evidence could powerfully clarify whether that exercise of prosecutorial discretion was politically neutral or politically freighted. In fact, it is the very power of the demeanor evidence in the audio of Biden's interview that Garland inadvertently acknowledges in stubbornly withholding it. If it were nothing more than a duplicate of the transcript, it would never have been refused. The Justice Department, the Attorney General have not a leg to stand on. Their refusal is the essence of contempt. Garland's own words reflect it in the hearing before the Judiciary Committee the other day. He said certain members of this committee have marked up a contempt resolution. But as I pointed out to the Attorney General, it was a majority of the members of the committee, and he retracted those words. A majority of the committee charged by a majority of this House with inquiring into the existence of grounds to exercise the awesome constitutional power of impeachment. The Attorney General's reference to certain members reflects a political mindset that does not support withholding evidence that the committee seeks that is squarely relevant and essential to its inquiry. That defiance the House cannot abide. Therefore, this resolution for contempt must pass this House. I yield.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield a minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Contempt. To hold something as beneath the dignity of consideration, something to be scorned, an attitude towards something that is inferior, worthless, open disrespect for something that is vile, despised, disgraced, insolence in the presence of the law. An apt description not of the subject of this motion, but of those who bring it. Not of an Attorney General who has upheld our justice system, who has demonstrated a respect for our institutions, but of those who mock the idea that we are a nation of laws, not the individual. When Republicans line up in front of a Manhattan courthouse to denigrate the rule of law in the service of a now convicted felon, that is contemptuous. When Republicans peddle the lie that Joe Biden is pulling the levers of Trump's Manhattan prosecution, that is contemptuous. When Republican committee chairmen ignore their own subpoena but feign indignation when the Attorney General complies with his, that is contemptuous. That is deserving of our scorn. That is beneath the dignity of this body. That is vile, disgraceful, and worthy. I have additional 30 seconds? That is deserving of our scorn. That is beneath the dignity of this body. That is vile, disgraceful, and worthy of derision. Those who bring this motion bring contempt, all right, but only upon themselves. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 3 minutes to myself.
So recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in American history, a presidential administration is trying to jail its opponent. And not just any opponent, but a former president of the United States. To pursue this objective, Mr. Biden's Attorney General approved an unprecedented armed raid on a former president's home, despite strenuous objections by his career officials and the local field office that normally would have had jurisdiction. He then created a new position without the constitutional requirement of congressional action or Senate confirmation. He filled that position with one Jack Smith, despite the central role Smith had played in the IRS scandal that targeted and harassed Tea Party volunteers, and despite a long history of prosecutorial misconduct. The cooked-up charge was the mishandling of classified documents. Well, shortly thereafter, we discovered that as vice president, Joe Biden had done the same thing. Yet, as president, Mr. Trump had absolute authority to declassify materials at will. As vice president, Joe Biden did not. As president, Mr. Trump had absolute authority to determine what records to keep upon leaving office. As vice president, Joe Biden did not. Yet, the Biden administration's appointed special counsel in the Biden case concluded that although Biden had, quote, willfully retained and disclosed classified materials when he was a private citizen, criminal charges were not warranted because he's, quote, a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Well, the principal justification for this glaring double standard in the handling of these two cases was the interview with Mr. Biden. Yet all we have is the unverified transcript to determine the validity of this otherwise inexplicable decision. Mr. Biden cannot claim executive privilege. This was not a policy discussion, and he's already released the transcript. But it is vital that our committee know if the transcript is complete and whether it accurately portrays the circumstances under which that decision was made. 2 Trump officials have been sentenced to prison for their failure to honor congressional subpoenas. And that case was far weaker than this one because at the time, Congress was not exercising oversight or considering legislation. In this case, the Judiciary Committee is doing both. Yet once again, we have this glaring legal double standard at play. Now, I expect the Attorney General to thumb his nose at the citation. We've come to expect that of him. But the House Judiciary Committee is charged with defending and upholding the rule of law and its fundamental principle of equal justice under law. And if we're going to restore them, this resolution is an indispensable step that we must take today. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of the time. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman just attacked Special Counsel Smith. This dangerous attempt to demonize anybody who would hold Donald Trump accountable for his actions is despicable, and it is a full-out assault on the basic tenets of our democracy. I want to remind my colleagues that these types of actions have consequences. They affect the lives of many men and women who have dedicated themselves to public service and upholding the rule of law. I will submit for the record a June 11, 2024 article in the Washington Post by the Honorable Merrick Garland entitled, "Unfounded Attacks on the Justice Department Must End." It is absurd and dangerous that public servants, many of whom risk their lives every day, are being threatened for simply doing their jobs and adhering to the principles that have long guided the Justice Department's work. I would also remind my friend on the other side of the aisle that the conviction of Mr. Trump was in a state court in New York, having nothing to do with the federal government. And I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Before recognizing the gentleman, members are still reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president or toward the presumptive nominee. The gentleman is recognized.
This is not about the contempt of the Attorney General. It's about MAGA Republicans' contempt for the Constitution, the rule of law, and democracy. And it's about who any of us came here to fight for. MAGA Republicans are fighting for one person at the cost of what your constituents actually care about. You're fighting for a felon. You're fighting for a felon. On this side, we're fighting for working people. We're fighting for the kids and the teachers and the soldiers and the cops and the firefighters and the bakers and the butchers, people who go to work every day and count on us to do something for them. And you're working for a felon. A felon. 12 of his neighbors, people in the community where he committed crimes, made 34 decisions. And 408 straight times, they said guilty. So let me make it clear where we stand. We will choose families over felons, verdicts over vengeance, and people over politics. And will the ranking member yield me 1 more minute?
An additional minute.
And can we also just talk about subpoenas for 1 second? Because 2 of your last speakers are 750 plus days in defiance of a subpoena. So get real when Mr. Jordan and Mr. Biggs come to this floor and want to talk and get all righteous about subpoenas. You start honoring your subpoenas, and we can talk about anyone else's subpoena. And I yield back.
Jeff from New York reserves. Chair recognizes. Chair would remind members again to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president and direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield 4 minutes to my colleague from California, Mr. Issa.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I'm not going to refer to the current president or the presumptive nominee. I am going to refer for my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to refer to the history of this body, because I think the study of the history of this body should tell members on both sides of the aisle that this is an appropriate contempt. It will lead eventually to compliance and, again, to holding this body as a co-equal of government. I might remind my colleagues, some of them here in the room, Mr. Speaker, that in 2007, this body held the White House counsel on behalf of the President of the United States, then President Bush, in contempt for refusing to show up before this very committee, Judiciary. In 2012, this body held a previous Attorney General in a very similar situation affecting the same 2 committees that have been speaking here, Oversight and Judiciary, held Eric Holder in contempt because he told us that if we would take 200 and some documents, and that was all that was left, and end our case, he would give them to us. Otherwise, he would withhold them. We held him in contempt. And Judge Amy Berman Jackson, an appointee of President Obama, held several things, including that President Obama had clearly falsely claimed an executive privilege, probably based on being misled by then Eric Holder, the Attorney General. And in fact, 10,000 plus documents were turned over to the United States Congress. The then Attorney General had lied. The then Attorney General, Eric Holder, had lied to this body and to the chairman of the committee, and ultimately was held in contempt on a bipartisan basis with 12 members of the other party voting for that contempt. And after a long period of time, we managed to get the equilibrium this body deserves. I call, Mr. Speaker, on this body and all my colleagues today to live up to the standard that we learned in 2007 when a White House, then of a Republican, refused to deliver a witness. Then in 2012, when the Attorney General claimed that we were not entitled to the best documents we sought, we were entitled to the documents related to Fast and Furious that he believed were appropriate. He failed, and he failed based on a judge appointed by then President Obama. Why? Because this body does have the obligation and the right to seek all of the best evidence it believes, not that the other side believes, it believes. There's been no call for an in-camera review, no call for any kind of compromise. Once again, we're to take the word of an Attorney General working for the current president that there's nothing there. I watch a lot of television over the years. I am not going to believe these are not the droids we're looking for. This, in fact, could be important evidence. Whether it is or isn't germane. What is important is that this body live up to, in fact, its obligation. And I call on every member, those on the other side who did or didn't join with me in 2012, but who voted in 2007 to hold the White House in contempt, to consider whether once again we're balancing the power and the right of this body. And many are arguing against the best interest of the United States House of Representatives. And for that, Mr. Speaker, shame on those who do. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This contempt vote is MAGA Republicans' desperate attempt to save face following their many failed investigations, including the one about Hunter Biden's laptop. Y'all remember that? They promised Trump and the American people that they would impeach President Biden, but after spending more than $20 million investigating conspiracy theories, MAGA Republicans have nothing to show for it. This do-nothing Congress can't pass legislation to help the American people and also can't prove any wrongdoing by President Biden. They're running out of time and they are desperate. Plus, their own presidential candidate, Donald Trump, just became a convicted felon according to a jury of his peers. So MAGA Republicans are trying to shift the blame to someone else. Even though the Justice Department produced more than 92,000 pages of documents and made dozens of witnesses available, Republicans have made Attorney General Garland their scapegoat. This is a farce, and the American people can see right through it. And with that, I yield back.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to my colleague and neighbor from California, Mr. Kiley.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a textbook example of the executive branch obstructing the oversight function of Congress. The committees of jurisdiction here have clearly set forth the legal basis for compelling disclosure of President Biden's interviews with Special Counsel Hur. Now, the administration has agreed with us inasmuch as they have produced the transcripts of those recordings. However, they have grasped wildly for some basis on which to withhold the recordings themselves. And most telling is that they've given contradictory reasons for doing so. At first, they said they weren't going to hand over the recordings because they were cumulative of the transcripts, meaning they were so similar to the transcripts that we didn't need them. But then later, they've argued that, in fact, they are so different from the transcripts that one is privileged and the other is not. When you have self-contradictory arguments being made, that is a sign that the true purpose here is obstruction. But perhaps the most absurd argument we've heard is the supposed interest asserted by the administration for withholding the recordings, that disclosing them might discourage witnesses from cooperating in future high-profile investigations. In this case, the president is not merely a witness. He is the target of an investigation by his own administration. And by the way, Special Counsel Hur testified before our committee that based on that investigation, a reasonable juror could have voted to convict President Biden. So what is the administration arguing the interest here is? That if somewhere down the line there might be another president who is subject to an investigation by his own administration, and the argument goes that if that president knows that the transcript will be released, he'll sit for the interview, but if he knows there's a chance the recording might be released, he won't cooperate. This is an absurd proposition, Mr. Speaker, certainly not sufficient to override the legitimate oversight interests of the House of Representatives. Frankly, this is not how we would like to be spending floor time, but the recalcitrance and obstruction of this administration has made it necessary. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
I reserve.
Fellow from California reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New York. Mr. Speaker, this contempt resolution is the latest attempt to tear down our democracy. The Department of Justice has cooperated with congressional Republicans at every turn. But after 92,000 pages of documents, more than a dozen transcribed interviews, and a 250-page transcript that was verified, my colleagues still aren't satisfied. They are doing this in service of one man, the disgraced former president, in a misguided attempt to distract from his crimes. On May 30th, a jury of stranger citizens found Mr. Trump guilty of 34 felony charges. It is beyond disheartening that a former president and now potential presidential candidate again was convicted of coordinating a, quote, unlawful conspiracy to win in the 2016 election and falsifying records to cover his tryst with an adult porn star. I'm grateful that the rule of law prevailed, yet I am deeply concerned that our democratic institutions are under threat. Some of these attacks coming from within. Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan said a kangaroo court convicted President Trump. Speaker Johnson called the trial a purely political exercise. Mr. Trump apparently pities himself as a so-called political prisoner. All this to tear down our Americans' faith in the rule of law. Contrary to his complaints, Mr. Trump was tried and treated fairly. Justice was served in a courtroom that was open and filled with reporters, and a jury that was chosen by the prosecution and the defense. This is the rule of law at work. Political rhetoric and deliberate misinformation, the likes of these and dangerous many others, erode faith in our institutions and threaten the safety of the American people. These attacks undermine the rule of law, which stands to protect the rights of all people. When Attorney General Merrick Garland was before the Judiciary Committee,
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. When Attorney General was before the Judiciary Committee, he described his career upholding the rule of law. In his own words, that meant ensuring that, quote, we treat like cases alike, that we do not have enemies or friends, that we do not pay attention to the political parties or the wealth or the power or the influence of the people we are investigating, that we follow the facts and the law. This is what distinguishes America from our adversaries. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
The gentleman from New York has 8.5 minutes. The gentleman from California has 6.5 minutes.
Thank you. I reserve.
Chair again will remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the presumptive nominees for the office of President. The gentleman from New York reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman from California. I thank the Speaker. Listen to my colleagues discussing the rule of law. I find it shocking because the average American is looking across their country wondering what happened to the rule of law. When I watch my fellow Texans getting destroyed by dangerous cartels and individuals being allowed into the United States, terrorists, people moving fentanyl into the communities that killed 6 kids in the school district in which I live. That's happening every single day. When I watch a 75-year-old woman being put in prison by a politically motivated judge in the District of Columbia because she protested in front of an abortion clinic. I want to say that again. This Department of Justice is putting a 75-year-old woman in jail for 2 years who is dealing with physical infirmities because she was praying and protesting in front of an abortion clinic. That is astounding. That is what has happened to the rule of law. The American people watching while statues are being defaced in the name of being pro-Palestinian, people exercising their so-called free speech rights to be advancing the cause of terrorism against our friends in Israel, all happening right here, mere feet from the White House. The American people are wondering how this world got turned upside down. And here we sit and we're debating this issue. And the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, came before the House Judiciary Committee just a little over a week ago. And in that hearing, a number of questions were asked. And I engaged with the Attorney General. And I asked the Attorney General, did he or did he not claim privilege with respect to the transcripts of the audio recording in question when we were talking about Special Counsel Hur looking into the allegations of the abuse of classified materials by the President of the United States before he was president. And I asked him, and he said, no, we did not claim executive privilege with respect to the transcripts. In a separate exchange involving the best evidence rule, the Attorney General was engaging with another colleague, a friend on the Judiciary Committee, about the best evidence rule, and in doing so, articulated and explained how the transcript was admissible under the best evidence rule, which is correct. But in doing so, he kind of gave up the game in which he described and said, they're the same. He said to the committee, he said, they're the same. Now, he just told me that they did not claim executive privilege with respect to the transcript. Then he said to all of us, they're the same. The audio recording and the transcript are the same. And then he proceeds to say that he must, in defending the rule of law, claim executive privilege on the actual audio, and then deny the members of Congress the ability in the middle of an impeachment inquiry, duly constituted, voted on by this body on the House floor, an impeachment inquiry, to then deny us the ability to listen to the audio. The fact of the matter is, there's only one reason why the Attorney General would do that. He doesn't want us to hear it. That's why. And there's really only 2 reasons why that would be the case. Either the transcript doesn't match the audio, or the audio is so bad that he doesn't want us to hear it because Special Counsel Hur put the entirety of his decision not to prosecute, not to pursue, not to go after the President of the United States for abuse of classified materials. He did it entirely on the basis of what we perceive as the demeanor of the President, which only the audio can allow Congress the ability to determine the validity of that determination by the special counsel. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Vermont, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're here today because of the Republican Party's unrelenting effort
to get Donald Trump back into office. No matter the facts, no matter the law. For over a year, the Judiciary Committee, Republican colleagues, have desperately sought evidence for wrongdoing by President Biden. And what have they found? Nothing. Nothing. I'm sure it was disappointing for my Republican colleagues when Special Counsel Hur cleared the president instead of indicting him. But it is time to move on. We should be on the floor moving gun violence legislation, protecting the right to abortion, protecting the LGBTQ Americans across the country who are attacked relentlessly by my colleagues on the other side. This is a colossal waste of time, but more importantly, it is dangerous. What they are doing is dangerous. When this Congress is over, the only achievements my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will be able to point to will be the things that we, as Democrats, help them to pass. 30
Speaker, I
seconds.
yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
It is my job, it is all of our jobs to represent the constituents. I thought that's what we were all here for. I implore my Republican colleagues to stop putting the interests of one man above the interests of Americans. The truth will out, and history will not look kindly on what you have done here. I yield back.
Reminded to direct the remarks to the chair.
Again, nobody else?
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close when the gentleman from New York has exhausted his speakers.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend. Mr. Speaker, if he gave true serum to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I'm pretty sure they would admit they'd rather not be here today doing this. They'd admit that Attorney General Merrick Garland is collateral damage for a failed effort to impeach the President of the United States. There's no honor in this, and my colleagues are, for the most part, I think, honorable people. So this is not something they want to do, but it's demanded of them nonetheless. Former President Trump has repeatedly threatened the House Republican Conference that they must impeach President Biden, quote, or else, unquote. So here we are, finding the Attorney General in contempt for providing a transcript, a full transcript, but not an audio recording of an interview from an investigation that ended up finding nothing. Oh, and by the way, the recording in question is now subject to executive privilege. So the fight's not even with the Attorney General of the United States, it's with the White House. I take some solace in the fact that many of my Republican friends and colleagues are here doing the dirty work of one individual against their will and better judgment. I know deep down, very deep down, they'd rather do the honorable thing and give up this miscarriage of justice today. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close when the gentleman's finished.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans have spent the last 18 months in a futile effort to dig up dirt on President Biden, which has culminated in their epic failure of an impeachment inquiry. This resolution is nothing more than a desperate attempt to save face with the MAGAsphere. They seek to hold the Attorney General in contempt, even though he has already turned over all the underlying information they requested in their subpoena. This resolution will not change that fact. But facts have never been the animating force behind their investigations. It is a show, and apparently the show must go on, even though the script hasn't turned out the way they wanted. But the reviews are in, and it's a flop. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution and to put an end to this farce. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the American justice system is the pride of our nation. It's the envy of the world. And its central principle is the equal application of justice under law. This is why justice is depicted as blindfolded. It doesn't matter who comes before it, all are to be treated equally. It is this central principle that gives the law its legitimacy. Without it, the law becomes raw force, devoid of legitimacy. The respect for the law gives way to the law of the jungle. This is the well-trodden path that many nations before us have taken to despotism and ruin. It's the responsibility of the House Judiciary Committee to protect the rule of law and its equal application. It is our responsibility to guard our nation against the convulsions that have commonly afflicted banana republics whenever a ruling party tries to jail its opponents. The radically different handling of the documents cases involving Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden should ring alarm bells in every corner of the land. The principal justification for this radical, unequal application of law is the interview that the Judiciary Committee seeks through ancient constitutional prerogatives. It is vital that we understand the whole context of this decision, to verify the accuracy of the transcript, and to determine the extent that this conversation informed a decision that strikes at the heart not only of our rule of law, but the right of the American people to guide their own destiny through fair, free, and unfettered elections. Congress has a constitutional right and a constitutional duty to seek this information, and the Attorney General has a legal obligation to provide it, an obligation he refuses to honor. This Congress has enforced this prerogative in past cases under far less demanding circumstances than these. In order to assure that we have discharged our responsibilities, we have to compel the Attorney General to discharge his, and that's what this citation seeks to do. I urge its adoption and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of House Resolution 1292 is postponed. Here. What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material in H.R. 8070.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1287 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of House Resolution 8070. The Chair appoints the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of the bill H.R. 8070, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield myself as such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
For the first time in decades, this year's defense bill carries a different short title. It's the Service Member Quality of Life and National Defense Authorization Act. We did that to underscore the tremendous gains this bill makes toward improving the quality of life for our service members and their families. No service member should have to live in squalid conditions. No military family should have to rely on food stamps to feed their children. And no one serving this country should have to wait weeks to see a doctor or mental health professional. But that's exactly what many of our service members are experiencing, especially our junior enlisted personnel. This bill goes a long way toward fixing that. It includes a 20% pay raise for junior enlisted. It expands allowances for housing and food and improves the cost of living calculation. The bill authorizes $766 million over the budget request to improve existing barracks and build new ones. It enables the services to pursue public-private partnerships to provide better unaccompanied housing. The bill reduces dangerous health care wait times by waiving referral requirements for specialty care and expanding the number of DoD doctors and nurses with special recruitment and pay authorities. The bill improves access to child care for military families by providing over $206 million to build new DoD child care centers and fully funding child care fee assistance programs to offset the cost of private child care. The bill helps military spouses gain and retain employment by making it easier for them to transfer professional licenses between states. It also gives the DoD the authority to quickly hire military spouses and keep them employed during changes in duty stations. We are making these historic improvements in the quality of life of our service members because now, more than ever, we need to recruit and retain the best and brightest. That's because the threats our nation faces, especially those from China, are more complex and challenging than at any other point in the last 40 years. To deter those threats, the FY25 NDAA reforms acquisition authorities and fosters private sector innovation to speed the fielding of game-changing new technologies that will give us the advantage in a conflict with China. It strengthens our security partnerships with Taiwan and Pacific allies. It fully funds the modernization of our nuclear deterrent, protects the U.S. military bases, the defense supply chain, and academic research from Chinese espionage. It builds the logistics network in the Pacific the military needs to carry out operations against China. And it includes new investments to retool and revitalize the industrial base to ensure it can deliver the systems we need to prevail in any conflict. In the face of the growing threats from China, it's also critical we restore our military's focus on lethality. The FY25 NDA does that by ending divisive policies that have hurt unit cohesion and military readiness. We all know that deterring these threats will be an expensive endeavor, but we acknowledge there are limits as to what we can spend. That's why this NDA is focused on rooting out waste in the DoD. If weapon systems are not responsive to the threats we face, we cut them. In fact, this bill includes over $30 billion in savings from cutting systems that can't survive in a conflict with China and by reining in programs like the F-35 that are not delivering on requirements. I want to thank the ranking member and his staff for their tremendous work in putting this bill together. This is a truly bipartisan bill. It passed out of committee 57-1. It executes on hundreds of hours of bipartisan oversight conducted by members and staff over the past few months. It will help revitalize the defense industrial base. It will build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force we need to deter China. and it will provide historic improvements in the quality of life of our service members and their families. I urge all members to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume. First of all, I want to really thank the chairman as well as the staff, both on the Republican, the Democratic side, and our bipartisan staff for the process to date. As the chairman noted, we produced a very strong bipartisan bill out of committee. It passed by a vote of 57-1 and addressed a number of key concerns to our national security. And a lot of work went into that. I always lose track of the exact numbers, but well north of 1,000 amendments were considered in committee and in the Rules Committee. The staff sifted through all of those and really helped produce that product. That is not an easy job. We are blessed on both sides of the aisle, both on the Armed Services Committee and on the Rules Committee, with an outstanding staff, and I want to really thank them for their work in producing this product. And the number one highlight of the product is what the chairman mentioned, is the focus on quality of life for our service members and their families. We impaneled a group, a task force, to examine quality of life issues, led by Don Bacon on the Republican side, Chrissy Houlihan on our side. And they really did a remarkable job of doing outreach to service members, their families, veterans, and listening to them about what do you need, what is most important to make sure that you have everything you need to take care of your family. And certainly one of the biggest issues was pay for junior enlisted. We upped that pay by 19.5%, which is a pretty dramatic number, but it reflects the need that those service members face in the current environment. We also focus on child care, which is a crucial need, building more child care centers and eliminating the backlog of people waiting to get access to child care. Because we all know that what makes our military the best in the world is not any of the equipment, it's the people who serve. We need to take care of the people who serve, and we need to take care of their families as well. That is the crucial part of the military. That's what this bill does better than any bill that we've ever done before in this committee, and one of the many reasons why this bill is so important. It is also crucial, as the chairman pointed out, to modernize and update our military. We are in a rapidly changing environment. We have seen that in the war in Ukraine. We saw that in the war in Azerbaijan and Armenia. Drones, counter-drone, the ability to protect your information systems and make vulnerable the information systems of your adversaries are now absolutely crucial to fighting. We have to be able to upgrade that. I really want to compliment the chairman. We've worked in a bipartisan way to make sure that we can upgrade our technology more quickly, to work with those companies who are developing the most innovative technologies so that we can field them quickly, get our warfighters what they need in a timely manner. And then there is the matter of production. We have seen this in the war in Ukraine. We and our allies need to be able to produce more of the critical ammunition and weapon systems that we need to fight. And we are making progress. I think the Biden administration, and particularly under Secretary Austin, the coalition that was pulled together in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine is remarkable. North of 50 countries are now working together to help defend Ukraine, but also crucially to build up the partnerships and alliances and to make sure we have enough weapons to be an adequate deterrent to our adversaries. That process is going well. More needs to be done. This bill helps move us forward in that direction. This bill also focuses on oversight, as the chairman mentioned. We want to free up the military to buy the systems they need by making sure that we don't continue to spend money on systems that they don't need and that we exercise proper oversight. I want to particularly highlight the F-35 program. It has been a vexing and difficult program that has been over budget and underperforming for far too long. In this year's bill, we pare back on the number of F-35s purchased and put that money instead into making sure that we can get the F-35 that we're paying for, that they can reach the Block 4 that has been so elusive so many years. That is the crucial part of the job we do. So I think we've put together an excellent product. I am deeply concerned about the amendment process that will play out over the course of the next couple of days, but we'll see how that plays out. The one point I do want to make on this, an area of contention has always been diversity. The other side has been critical of what the Department of Defense has done to try to recruit the most diverse people possible. I will say much more on this throughout the amendment process. But look, we need to be able to access all the talent in this country, not just white men, okay? We need to recruit women. We need to recruit from communities of color. We need to recruit from the LGBT community. That is crucial to making sure we have the talent we need. I hope that this bill doesn't undercut those efforts as we go forward. As passed out of committee, as it stands right now, this is an outstanding piece of legislation, and I strongly urge everybody to support it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Colorado, the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Lamborn.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
And thank you, Chairman Rogers. I rise today in strong support of the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. This bill prioritizes our military, safeguards their rights, and puts forward a fighting force that will stand against the threats facing the United States of America. As chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, I believe this bill continues the tradition of bipartisan work for which our subcommittee has been known. This bill supports the ongoing efforts to modernize America's nuclear deterrent and the laboratory and production infrastructure managed by the Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration. Additionally, the bill starts to address some of these risks that were taken on by the Biden administration by partially restoring funding to the SM-3 production line, which is part of the Aegis system that so successfully defended our ally Israel against Iran's ballistic missile attack earlier this year. Finally, it requires the Space Force to budget and plan to integrate cutting-edge commercial systems. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to support this bill as it directly affects so many thousands of service members and their families that live in the 5th Congressional District of Colorado, which is home to 5 major military installations. I commend the work of this year's Quality of Life panel, led by Representatives Bacon and Houlihan, which resulted in sweeping and long overdue improvements for the well-being of our service members and their families. As I stand here today, I want to note that this is the last time I will have the opportunity and the honor to speak in favor of this critical annual legislation. I urge my colleagues to keep a close eye on the horizon, where there are storm clouds gathering, and remembering that passing this bipartisan legislation is part of our constitutional duty to provide for our common defense. To that end, I strongly encourage a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the HASC Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, for what you do each and every day, something we can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, this bill continues the Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee proud bipartisan tradition and our commitment to shared responsibility, tough choices to manage strategic risk. And particular thanks to my TAL chairman, Whitman, and our staff who work together day in and day out in an incredibly bipartisan way. When we look at some of the challenges ahead of us, we look to the markup that we had just a few weeks ago to see how things can work correctly when we work together. And we hope we stay on track for that, certainly as we go through this amendment project. This bill addresses the risks, the cost of military modernization without sacrificing oversight and ensuring responsible execution of our defense program. I just want to mention two. First, the F-35 fighter, the most expensive program in the history of DoD, and one that consistently struggles to deliver capability as promised. This committee bipartisan bill adds new requirements to fix these known problems and capabilities that we need now, as the contractor has promised. Our bill does not waste taxpayers' investment on production aircraft, but will add to the large number of fighters that are not being used right now, sitting on the ground, waiting and waiting and waiting. Second topic is our munitions, as we heard just a few minutes ago. The multi-year procurement authorities, coupled with the strong investments in our munitions accounts, sends a strong signal to our industrial partners. And I'm proud to be part of that work that the subcommittee has done over the past several years to be there. And finally, I want to thank the professional staff, Jay Valerio, Dave Sinecki, Heath Bope, Michael Curlin, Max Huntley, and Brooke Albred. And just to take a moment, because this will be the last NDAA for Bill Sudi, who has spent 27 years on the Hill contributing in an incredibly important way. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Indiana, the chairman of the Military Personnel Subcommittee, Mr. Banks.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a strong NDAA, and I urge my colleagues to support it. It includes many important priorities that are essential to protecting our national security. It remains a must-pass legislation to care for our service members and their families. There are enormous wins in this bill for our service members and their families, starting with a 19.5% pay raise for junior enlisted service members. It increases access to specialty medical care, expands child care programs to reduce wait lists across the country, and it ensures our service members receive 100% of their housing costs through their basic allowance for housing. We must continue as well to gut the woke bureaucracy at the DOD, and this bill does that. It contains many provisions, including a requirement that all military personnel actions are based on merit, without regard to race or color or sexuality or your political views. There is a ban in this bill on affirmative action at our service academies. By the end of this week, I expect this bill will also include more important provisions like a hiring freeze on all DEI personnel, a ban on overpaid chief diversity officers, and a complete ban on funding for critical race theory across the DoD. This bill builds on the foundation of last year's NDAA, curtailing the impact that this administration's woke leftist policies can have on our troops. But as we have seen just this week with the Air Force in Korea authorizing the wearing of pride patches on Air Force uniforms, or how a Dodia school in Bahrain honored a known anti-Semite and activist on their Facebook page, DEI and leftist politics in the Biden Pentagon is still firmly entrenched, and we must do something about it. Mr. Chairman, this bill is a huge step forward to supporting our service members and their families. It is our promise that they receive the pay and benefits necessary to focus on their mission, that their children are cared for and well educated. We can't do enough to make sure that that happens, and this bill goes a long way to do it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces, Mr. Courtney of Connecticut.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 8070. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution mandates that Congress shall provide and maintain a Navy. The Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee work clearly met that mandate, thanks in large part to the great leadership of my friend and chair of the subcommittee, Trent Kelly. The biggest challenge our subcommittee faced stemmed from the Navy's proposal to eliminate a Virginia-class submarine from the FY25 budget. This is a sharp deviation from the 2 per year procurement rate Congress has authorized and funded for the last 13 years, and coming on the heels of last December's passage of AUKUS authorities to sell 3 submarines to Australia, screamed out for the subcommittee to exercise its constitutional duty of review and oversight. First, our analysis found that the Navy's attempt to shield supply chain vendors from the impact of a cut falls short. It leaves out hundreds of critical suppliers whose investment in on-time deliveries has been identified as the #1 strategy to reduce construction delays. For these suppliers, cutting procurement means cutting orders for business. That is a cure that worsens the problem. It doesn't fix it. Our professional staff confirmed that the Navy's plan needs an additional $1 billion to achieve its stated goal of avoiding vendor instability and hesitancy. Mr. Speaker, all of us are concerned about construction delays aggravated by the pandemic. But the subcommittee also recognized momentum that's happening in real time in the submarine industrial base. The 24th Virginia-class submarine, USS New Jersey, was delivered 2 months ago, and the Iowa and Massachusetts are slated for delivery by the end of this year. Idaho and Arkansas will follow shortly after with deliveries in 2025, bringing the program total to 28 submarines. In the New England shipyards, the production cadence has accelerated to 1.4, up from the COVID dip of 1.2. As a result of all this, our bill takes a different path. It heeds the calls from our combatant commanders and builds on the surge in deliveries by restoring a second Virginia-class submarine to the Navy's shipbuilding account and fully resources the supply chain. Under the able leadership of Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith, this bill passed 57-1 out of the committee after bipartisan input from all members, an extraordinary achievement in this very polarized time in Congress. Hopefully, all the members of this chamber will work to maintain that successful approach and not load up this bill with divisive amendments. I also want to give special thanks to the talented committee staff for their outstanding work. I urge all members to support the committee's intent to focus on strengthening defense and rejecting the obvious poison pills that undermine the 63 bipartisan tradition of passage of the NDAA. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Sea Power Subcommittee, Mr. Trent Kelly of Mississippi.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 2 minutes.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8070. This legislation is crucial for enhancing our national security, improving the quality of life for our service members, and ensuring the readiness of our armed forces. I want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith and my good friend Joe Courtney and the members of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee for their dedication. Your commitment is essential for maintaining America's naval superiority. Today we face significant threat from China, a hostile adversary seeking to disrupt global peace. China's military expansion poses a direct threat to the Indo-Pacific region. To counter this threat, we need to maintain the strongest and most formidable Navy force on the planet. This legislation addresses these concerns directly. It funds a second Virginia-class submarine, reinforcing our undersea dominance and providing critical strategic deterrence. Additionally, it supports 6 battlefield ships, invests in the shipyard industrial base, and demands consistency in the Navy's 30-year shipbuilding plan, allowing industry to invest with confidence. This bill also prevents the early retirement of 2 guided missile cruisers, meets the congressionally mandated floor of 31 amphibious ships, and authorizes funding for a domestic new-build sea lift program. H.R. 8070 makes significant strides in improving the quality of life for our service members by authorizing a 19.5% pay raise for junior enlisted and a 4.5% increase for all others, addressing the financial struggles many military families face. Attending to the deteriorating condition of military housing is long overdue. This bill authorizes substantial funding to tackle housing maintenance, to construct new family housing units, and to renovate existing barracks, ensuring service members have safe and dignified living conditions. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this great bill. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations, Mr. Gallego of Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to express my support for H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act of fiscal year 2025. I would like to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership in bringing this bipartisan legislation to the floor. This bill strengthens our national security by ensuring the Department of Defense has the right resources and authorities to defend the nation, not only today, but also in the future. In this era of great power competition, the bill both addresses the challenges our potential competitors and adversaries and further strengthens and builds the crucial partnerships and alliances to deter them. I'm also proud of the work of my subcommittee. The Intelligence Special Operations piece of this bill ensures that our Special Operations Forces and defense intelligence capabilities and enterprises have the authorities, force structure, and people they need to accomplish their mission. The bill also improves security cooperation efforts, including in the Baltic region, and extends an existing authority to engage partner militaries on defense-related environmental and operational energy issues in areas like the Indo-Pacific. I'm also proud to have secured important wins for Arizona, which play such a crucial role in our nation's defense. We are requiring DoD to report on the cybersecurity of critical infrastructure, like local water systems, and authorizing additional funding for infrastructure and communication upgrades at Air Force combat ranges. This bill is certainly not perfect, but it was voted out of committee on an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote. It is my hope that this bill can remain bipartisan and devoid of the extreme policy riders that put our national security at risk and harm our service members. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to a very special member of our committee who not only chairs the subcommittee on cybersecurity, but also was the chair of the task force that spent last year studying the quality of life issues that our military families have been struggling with, and help put together the package that we have in this year's bill that addresses those issues. That's Mr. Bacon of Nebraska.
How much time does the gentleman yield?
2 minutes.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for putting this great legislation together and navigating the ship to a good spot. And I appreciate the opportunity to serve on those two committees. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. The 2025 NDA prioritizes the service members and the military families who dedicate their lives to protecting and defending the United States by making their quality of life the cornerstone of this legislation. The bipartisan bill includes a targeted 19.5% pay raise for the junior enlisted, improves basic needs allowance and housing allowance, supports military spouse employment, and makes necessary investments in military housing, child care, and schools. I'm extremely proud of the hard work and oversight conducted by the Bipartisan Quality of Life panel that I had the honor of chairing this past year to address all these critical issues impacting our service members. By voting for this bill, each of us had the opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the all-volunteer force, the foundation of America's military strength. In addition to supporting service members and families, this year's NDA also makes strides in bolstering the United States' offensive and defensive posture in cyberspace. It promotes innovation. It makes investments in critical technology areas like biotechnology, quantum, and artificial intelligence, and secures our sensitive military research from adversarial interference. This year's NDA also advances critical partnerships between our universities, military service, and combatant command, including the United States Strategic Command and the University of Nebraska. We want to develop the next generation of military technologies. These partnerships are critical to developing the scientific and technological workforce and talented pipelines needed to secure the United States' technological edge now and in the future. We have a strong NDAA. It's a bipartisan bill that supports our service members. It modernizes our fighting force and assures U.S. forces are well equipped to fight and win for competition to conflict. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation, Mr. Khanna of California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Ranking Member Smith for his leadership. I also want to thank Chair Rogers for the fair way he conducts the committee. We should be debating how much money to spend on defense and whether we're getting our money's worth. It's no secret that I believe it should be a lower number, but I recognize that that's a valid debate that this committee should have. What I don't understand is some of the amendments that have nothing to do with defense that are being introduced into this bill. Amendment 55, for example, prohibits the Defense Department from paying for the sick leave or travel for service members receiving an abortion. Amendment 51 prohibits the DoD from using masks to combat a pandemic. Amendment 49 prohibits the Defense Department from providing or approving pride flags. Amendment 47 prohibits even the teaching of affirmative action. Now, this one you wonder, what does this have to do with defense policy or keeping our country safe? Amendment 22 prohibits the DoD from buying electric vehicles or chargers. Talk about big government being prescriptive. Amendment 44 directs the Confederate Memorial to return to the Arlington National Cemetery. Mr. Speaker, my hope is that this committee could debate the top line of defense and what we need to do to keep our country safe, and that we not bring these cultural divisive issues into supporting our troops and into keeping America the strongest country in the world. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Subcommittee on Intelligence, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. I would like to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership in bringing this critical piece of bipartisan legislation for our national security of our nation to the floor for the 64th consecutive year. This bill continues to provide resources and capabilities to counter our nation's #1 threat, China. The Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee portions of the bill accomplish this by ensuring the Defense Intelligence Enterprise, the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, and our Special Operations Forces have the tools required to execute the Department's efforts in strategic competition and in countering malign Chinese actions. There is more work to be done, though. This bill is far from perfect and requires compromises from both sides, but it is an overwhelmingly bipartisan bill that supports our service members and their families by including the recommendations of the Quality of Life panel to include a 19.5% pay raise for our junior enlisted and a 4.5% pay raise for all other service members. More importantly, it provides our service members with the resources to accomplish the task our nation asks of them. This is a critically important bill and essential to our national security, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Military Personnel, Mr. Kim of New Jersey.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bipartisan bill that passed out of the committee includes some incredible support for our service members and their families. The bill includes a 19.5% pay raise for junior enlisted service members and a 4.5% pay raise for all other service members, and reverses a 5% reduction in basic allowance for housing. These provisions mean more money in service members' pocketbooks and more food on the table. The bill also fully funds child care fee assistance programs to eliminate wait lists and expand on the ongoing success of spouse employment programs by making permanent the Military Spouse Career Accelerator Pilot, which provides employment support to military spouses through a paid fellowship with employers across various industries. It is no secret our armed forces are facing an unprecedented recruiting crisis. So we're asking the department to take a second look at how medical treatments, conditions, and medications are evaluated. Finally, the bill addresses the ongoing health care needs of service members and their families by waiving fees and copays on the TRICARE dental program for all members of the selected reserve. We bring this bill to the floor to show in a bipartisan way that our country is determined to support our service members and their families, that we support readiness and recruitment efforts that are proven to work, and that we support service members no matter who they are. I urge my colleagues to reject poison pill policy riders that could destabilize this important work and not put the partisan politics over the well-being of our service members. Promoting a strong national defense and taking care of our service members are bipartisan issues. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Subcommittee on Readiness, Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. Mr. Chairman, the bill we see before us is a bipartisan package. It enhances readiness, it increases security, and it improves desperately needed infrastructure that has been badly neglected by this Pentagon. And most importantly, it puts our service members first. The Readiness Subcommittee, of which I have the honor of chairing, has included more than $1.1 billion for quality of life initiatives. This money will provide critical funding for barracks in particular, which, Mr. Chairman, are in a dire state. And to be candid, Mr. Chairman, I mean, we literally have barracks with black mold growing in it, with feces on the wall, with ceilings caving in. It should be an embarrassment to every one of our service secretaries. And we have yet to see anyone in the Pentagon fired for this deplorable state of our service member barracks. Well, Mr. Chairman, if the Pentagon and this administration won't act, this Congress will. This bill will. It will improve our barracks. It'll improve our aging infrastructure. It'll provide transparency to how our facilities are sustained. And that is key. with more details into how these funds are actually spent, with oversight with Congress, holding the military departments accountable. They will be forced to adequately budget and plan for the upkeep of our facilities that our service members so badly need. As chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee, I've also focused our efforts on ensuring the Department of Defense is ready to fight with contested logistics in the Pacific. Mr. Chairman, we haven't had to do that since World War II. Frankly, I think we are taking our logistics infrastructure for granted, but we now have an adversary in the Chinese Communist Party that can contest it, that could go after it, and we have to be able to project forward and defend those assets. This bill will do that, and the bill authorizes over $650 million in Indo-PACOM priorities that were left unfunded by the president's budget. I don't know why the president left our priority theater unfunded to the tune of $650 million, but I know this bill will go a long way to fixing that oversight. It also fully funds military exercises with our allies.
Gentleman's time has expired.
The Department of Defense eliminate reliance on Russian energy for our installations, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves?
Reserves, yes.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve at this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I'd like to yield 90 seconds to a friend and colleague from my committee, Mr. Gates of Florida.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 90 seconds.